Hello, good morning. Welcome to the Autumn Congress of EESTEC, positioned in Delft. We are going to start today's GM and go straight to voting on electronic voting. And I'm going to ask each member of the association, and you should reply via okay, and you should state after you hear the name of your branch if you are in favor, against, or abstain of the electronic voting. We have one more microphone, I think. Okay.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Okay. So we are going to start with Elsie Aachen.
Jarek Elsiachen in favor.
Elsie Ankara.
Omar Elsie-Ankara in favor.
Elsie Athens.
Marita Elsie-Athens in favor.
Elsie Aveiro.
Ana Elsie Aveiro in favor.
Elsie Banyaluka. Elsie Banyaluka. Elsie Belgrade.
Daria Elsie Belgrade in favor.
Elsie Bucharest.
Andrea Elsie Bucharest in favor.
Elsie Budapest. Elsie Budapest. Elsie Cosenza. Elsie Cosenza. Elsie Craiova.
Catalina Elsie Craiova in favor.
Elsie Delft. Elsie Delft. Elsie Duisburg. Elsie Duisburg. Elsie East Sarajevo.
Elsie Sarajevo present.
And you should state if you are in favor, against, or abstain about the voting. East Sarajevo, not Sarajevo.
I'm sorry.
Okay. I didn't hear as well, sorry. Thank you. Elsie Eskişehir.
Eren Elsie Eskişehir in favor.
Elsie Istanbul.
Arfu Elsie Istanbul in favor.
Elsie İzmir.
Merve Elsie İzmir in favor.
Elsie Karlsruhe.
Eric Elsie Karlsruhe in favor.
Elsie Krakow.
Marcin Elsie Krakow in favor.
Elsie Lille.
Louis Elsie Lille in favor.
Elsie Ljubljana.
Nate Elsie Ljubljana in favor.
Elsie Madrid.
Alejandro Elsie Madrid in favor.
Elsie Milan.
Stefano Elsie Milan in favor.
Elsie Munich.
Kutay Elsie Munich in favor.
Elsie Nice.
Pavle Elsie Nish in favor.
Elsie Novi Sad.
Dusan Elsie Novi Sad, we are in favor.
Elsie Patras.
Lampros Elsie Patras, we are in favor.
Elsie Podgorica.
Philip, we are in favor.
Elsie St. Petersburg.
Alex Elsie St. Petersburg in favor.
Elsie Sarajevo.
Harun from Elsie Sarajevo present.
You should state if you are in favor, against, or abstain on electronic voting.
In favor.
Okay. Elsie Skopje.
Elsie Skopje in favor.
Elsie Tempere.
Elsie Tampere in favor.
Elsie Thessaloniki.
Michael Thessaloniki in favor.
Elsie Tirana. Elsie Tirana. Elsie Trieste. Elsie Trieste. Elsie Tuzla.
Damir, Elsie Tuzla, we are in favor.
Elsie Xanthi.
Tasos, Elsie Xanthi, we're in favor.
Elsie Zagreb.
Ivan Elsie Zagreb in favor.
Elsie Zurich.
Jacob Elsie Zurich in favor.
Okay. Let me lock the spreadsheet. Protect. Okay, and we have wait a second because my done. Okay, so we have 30 out of 30 present members voting in favor for electronic voting. So that means from now on our votings will happen electronically. Thank you. And now we proceed to the elections of GA staff. We are going to start with General Assembly Chairperson. The ACOC has suggested Chiara Marzano. About secretaries, ACOC has suggested Tatiani Politi and Konstantinos Sitistas. About minute editors, Gonzalo Sainz de Ugarte. Scrutinizers, Patricia Cristescu and Dorothea Kontik. Okay. Okay, so we are now proceeding. What? Wait. Yeah. Question, Elsie, question from the board.
Atanas from the board, could the ACOC please confirm this? Confirm the by you nominated J staff.
Philip ACOC, yes.
Okay, so we are going to actually, should we do another attendance check? I don't think so. Okay, so we are going to proceed with the voting. This is the voting. What? What? Okay. So we're going to proceed with the voting. I'm going to open it on the platform. And it's not okay. We need some technical because I can see there are 31 people here able to vote instead of 30. So we should change that. So 3 minutes technical break. Okay, we are back from the break. I'm going to open again the voting. And now there are 30 branches. And I'm also going to present the results live. we have 5 more branches to vote on the voting on GA staff candidates. 4 more branches. Three more branches to go. Two more branches. I will give 30 more seconds and then I will close the vote. Two more branches are left to vote. Okay, 30 seconds passed. Timeout, closed. Connection error, perfect. If I do this, will it work? Nice. But I present, okay, 2 minutes technical break. Can someone from the ACOC come? Here. Yeah, sorry, Greeking. Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, the voting platform is back. And I'm going to share screen again and show the results. So 28 out of the 28 that voted approve the GA staff that are presented here. So we need 5-minute technical break so that people can take their proper positions. 2 minutes technical break.
Good morning, everyone. It's me again. Hello. You were missing me, I guess. Okay, so we have a new topic from the board.
Javier from the board, I formally present my resignation from EESTEC as chairperson.
Therefore, we should proceed to vote on the resignation. Scrutinizers, are you ready with the vote? Okay. So we will move all the votings at the end. We will vote on everything together, except for the voting on RFP suspensions, which is the next point, and voting on the agenda. Everything else would be covered at the end. New topic from the board.
Konstantinos Kotorens from the board. In order to proceed with the resignation of our chairperson, we need to find. After that we need to find a new chairperson, and at the same time we also would want to vote on all the RFP suspensions that were similar to the EESTEC Zurich Congress. So everything will be in one vote. So I'm going to present right now the RFP suspensions that are going to happen. So about the elections on Spring Congress, we would like the RFP suspensions that we would like to happen are section 11.1.2 Autumn Congress GM's Bullet 2. During the Autumn Congress, the following points have to be addressed. Members who risk being suspended or terminated on the following Spring Congress to be suspended in order to have enough time for today's GM to happen. The next one is section 4.2.2 election bullet 1. Elections are held on Spring Congress at least 2 days before Congress ends. Needs to be Where is the technical?
Technical from the board.
Athanas from the board. This is basically the ROP that should be suspended. So basically this is something that should be proposed by the GA to be suspended for, well, this to continue.
New topic, Elsie Krakow. Scrutinizers, can we get a microphone to Elsie Krakow?
Marcin, LC Krakow. So we would like to propose the suspensions of the short bullets in ROP. Thank you.
Thank you, Elsie Krakow. Reply from the board.
Okay. continuing on the ROP suspensions. The section 4.2.2 election bullet 1 needs to be suspended because elections have to happen outside of Spring Congress. Section 4.2.2 election bullet 3 needs to be suspended to allow candidates to apply after the deadline. Then section 6, money handling, suspend partially, converted to the board can propose changes to the budget. The proposal can only be adjusted during the Congress by the members of the GA before being voted upon. And the ROP suspensions for election of ACOC and backup ACOC. Suspend ROP section 4, paragraph 1, sentence 1, ROP section 4.4, paragraph 4, sentence 2, ROP subsection 12.2.2 until the beginning of Spring Congress 2022, and to give the board of EESTEC the full power to elect the next ACOC and backup ACOC. The applicant will need to provide the board with a financial report as well as an application. These are all the ROP suspensions we LC Krakow proposed. And before we proceed to the voting, are there any questions?
So we have some new people in the Zoom call, so I will repeat this. If you have questions, you can use the communication channel that was sent to you and type Q in the chat. But again, this is a proposal we already voted on, so there should be, we're not expecting many questions. Therefore, I'd say we can proceed with the vote. Scrutinizers, are we ready with the vote? Okay, we wait 30 seconds for scrutinizers to prepare the poll. So the votes should be ready. The poll is live. You have the usual 2 minutes to vote. Please be very quick about this. And for any technical, you know where to find us. Please type T in the chat. So we have 2 members still missing from the voting. Again, if anyone is having any technical issues, please reach out. We will try to help you. And okay, we only have 1 missing. We can wait for another 30 seconds and then we can close the poll. Scrutinizers, can you close the vote, please? So with 30 members present, 28 in favor, 1 abstained and 0 against, the proposal to suspend the listed RFP bullets is passed. Technical from the board.
I'd ask from the board, can we have a 1-minute technical break to check if the current proposal is on the ROP of EESTEC Delft's bullets or EESTEC Zurich's bullets?
We can now have a 5-minute technical break. 1 minute technical break is fine.
I see with bullets,
Also, please don't leave the room. Otherwise, we have to perform attendance check again. Thank you. Therefore, I am officially closing the bullet voting on RFP suspensions. And we can proceed with the bullet of the agenda. We have a technical from LC Sarajevo.
Hello, Harun from LC Sarajevo. I cannot vote on Vote IT. I need to contact admin. I'm not pro to the list.
Okay, LC Sarajevo, please give us 30 seconds to check this. In the meanwhile, I'd like to remind you to please state your name and your entity before speaking so that we know who we're talking to. Thank you.
Okay, Harun from LC Sarajevo.
LC Sarajevo, it appears you are not registered on the platform and you did not send your information to us. Are you registered on the platform? You don't seem to be listed here.
I'm registered on Vote IT platform for Autumn Congress and on EESTEC meeting. You need to contact the moderator to get access to this meeting.
Okay, can you please tell us your user ID so that we can check?
Harun Kolos.
Okay, we're taking a 30 seconds technical break.
Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, if they have a different representative. Yes.
LC Sarajevo, you should now be registered on the platform. Please, next time, if you have technical issues, don't wait for the second vote of today to raise a technical. Thank you.
Harun from LC Sarajevo, thank you.
So scrutinizers, we should repeat the vote to also include the new address of LC Sarajevo. Can we please prepare another proposal? Technical from the scrutinizers.
Scrutinizer, Patricia, can you repeat, please?
Since LC Sarajevo was not included in the previous voting, we should perform the voting on the RP suspensions again. The poll should now be available. You have usual 10 minutes, 2 minutes to vote. For any issues, raise a technical before the poll is closed. Otherwise, we will proceed with the next points. Thank you. Have one member missing from the vote. Last 30 seconds to vote. Perfect. We have 100% of the votes. Scrutinizers, can you please close the poll? So with 30 members present, 29 in favor, 0 against, and 1 abstained, the proposal to suspend the RP bullets is passed. And therefore, I am closing the bullet of the agenda voting on RP suspensions. And we proceed with presentation of the agenda for the presentation of the agenda for EESTEC Delft. Reply from the board.
Konstantinos Kotorenis from the board. we would like to present a new agenda than the one that was sent via email. In this slide, you can see the new agenda that we propose. With yellow are the things that are being added, and on the old agenda you can see with red the ones that we want to be removed from the agenda.
So if there are no questions, are there any questions actually? If there are no questions, we can proceed with voting on the agenda. Scrutinizers, are you ready? Scrutinizers are ready. The poll should be available. You have 2 minutes to proceed with the vote. Thank you. We have 2 members missing from the vote. One member missing from the vote. We have 100% of the votes. Scrutinizers, can you close the poll? Thank you. And we should now have the results available. With 30 present, 30 votes in favor, 0 against, and 0 abstained, the agenda is approved. And I am officially closing the bullet of the agenda. Now we can proceed with account contact person report. Reply from the board.
Konstantinos Kodorens from the board. For the next couple of bullets, we are going to present things, and there is going to be a common voting for all. We're going to start with ACP report, and you have seen the ACP report during the Congress of EESTEC positioned in Zurich. So the ACP report is the same. So I'm going to cycle through it. And we are going to move to ACP election, and we would like the ACOC to propose the ACP. What did I say? Yes, LC Zurich, sorry. LC Zurich to propose the ACP.
Thank you. Thank you to the board. I'd like to remind you that it's on the GA chairperson to move from one bullet to the other. So I'm officially closing the ACP report bullet, and I'm opening the ACP proposal bullet. Reply from LC Zurich.
Jacob, LC Zurich, we propose Ismail Morgenegg as the new ACP, new and old ACP.
Thank you, LC Zurich. Okay. Since we now have an account contact person proposal, we can proceed with the presentation of the account contact person, which I assume is the one that we already have on screen. Are there any questions regarding this presentation and this proposal? Reply from the board.
Konstantinos Kotorenis from the board. The presentation of the ACP is the same as the EESTEC, as the congress that happened in EESTEC based in Zurich. Also, as we said, we are going to proceed with all the votings together. So if there are no questions, we can proceed to the next bullet.
Thank you for the presentation of the ACP. So we are temporarily suspending the bullet of ACP proposal since we will vote on these at the end, and we can proceed with validity of subum and hobum. Reply from the board.
Konstantinos Kotorenis, reply from the board. This summer, JLC Porto organized Hobom and Observer Sofia organized Subom. During these events, because of the circumstances both of Corona and of late elections and things happening late because of that, there were some bullets from the ROP that wasn't covered for those two events in order for them to be valid EESTEC events. You can see on the screen the bullets that were not covered. So we would like the General Assembly to accept the validity of Hobom and Subom as EESTEC events in EESTEC position in Delft.
Thank you. Are there any questions regarding the validity of subum and hobum? Since I see no question, we can again suspend the bullet validity of subum and hobum in order to vote on. No. We cannot proceed, otherwise there's no, it doesn't make sense. We do not have an application policy if this is not valid. So we have to vote first. Okay, so we'll take a 2-minute technical break. Okay, we can resume. And since there is no application for LC without validity of subum and hobum, we will now vote on validity of subum and hobum in order to be able to proceed to the next point. So I am officially reopening the ballot of validity of subum and hobum. Scrutinizers, can you prepare the vote? So the vote on the validity of subum and hobum should already be available to all of you. You have the usual 2 minutes to vote. For any technical issues, just type T in the communication channel. Thank you. We have 2 members missing. Has everyone voted here in the room? Are there any technical issues in the room? And are there any technical issues from home? Please check that you have voted. Okay, one member missing. Since 2 minutes have passed, I will give you a further 30 seconds to vote. After that, we will close the poll. Okay, we have 100% of the votes. Scrutinizers, please close the vote. So you're now seeing the results with 30 voting members. We have 29 votes in favor, 1 vote abstained, and 0 votes against. So the proposal on the validity of subum and hobum is accepted. Therefore, I'm closing the agenda bullet voting on validity of subum and hobum. And we can proceed to the next agenda bullet, application for LCs. New topic from the board.
Atras from the board. We are fully aware that everyone is tired and that this is a tedious procedure, as we have basically presented and voted for most of it in our partner association, EESTEC, based in Zurich. Nonetheless, pay attention. Sadly, Bartek is currently not available because he is sick. And for us, it's also not easy to keep track of everything, and it doesn't make it easier if the GA, if you as representatives are not paying attention or doing other things on your laptops. So be patient, but be focused, please.
Live on board.
Okay, Konstantinos Kotorenis from the board. We had one application for LC from JLC Porto, becoming LC Porto, gaining the status of an LC. You have seen the presentation of it during the Autumn Congress that happened in EESTEC Zurich. So, yeah, that's all.
Do we have any questions regarding the application? Since there are no questions regarding the application for LCs, I am suspending the bullet of application for LCs, and we will be able to vote on it later on. In the meanwhile, we have a new topic from the board.
Konstantinos Kotorenis from the board. My new topic is since the resignation of the chairperson, we should do a voting on chairperson dismissal. So we would like to suggest this vote to be included to the other votes we are going to do later during the general meeting.
Reply from the board.
After from the board, we will need to do the dismissal before the presentation of the new candidate and the vote on electing of the new candidate. So we will need to vote on the dismissal now. Basically, dismissal at the end of the GM of EESTEC Delft.
Thank you. We will perform this vote and then we will leave for a break so that all of you can recharge and we can start more efficiently after the break. So scrutinizers, is the vote ready? The vote should already be available to all of you. You have the usual 2 minutes. Three members missing from the voting. We still have 2 members missing from the voting. Please go to the platform and vote. Otherwise, you can leave a technical in the chat if you have any type of issue. And also, small reminder that this is the last topic we will focus on before leaving for break. Okay, so this is the last bit of attention we need from you right now. Time has passed. We can proceed with the closing of the poll, secretaries. Scrutinizers, sorry. So you're seeing the results with 30 voting members. We have 29 in favor, 0 against and 0 abstained. Therefore, the proposal on voting on the dismissal of the chairperson is passed. Therefore, we're officially closing the bullet of chairperson dismissal. And we're suspending the GMs. Please, we're going to have a break now from 11:30 to 12. Sorry, yes, from 11:30 to 12. (11:35 to 12:05). Okay, so half an hour. Please follow ACOC. Thank you. Okay, so now you should all be able to hear me. We're back. Since we have voted on dismissal of chairperson and we have opened the possibility for candidates to apply for the position, we have received an application for the position of chairperson. So Atanas Christoph Dalchev from LC Munich applies for a position of chairperson with full support of LC Munich, and we have confirmation, written confirmation here. New topic from the board.
Atanas, board candidate. I would like to present myself to the GA. My name is Atanas Dalchev. Thank you.
Okay, taking into consideration this application received, we can now proceed to suspend the bullets of board election presentation of candidates and proceed with the presentation of Spring Congress minutes. Reply from the board.
Konstantinos Kotorens from the board. The Spring Congress minutes of EESTEC position in Delft has been sent via email 2 weeks ago. All of you're supposed to have seen them. These are the ones for the actual Spring Congress in Krakow that happened in 2021, and not the founding meeting. So the vote will be on the Autumn Congress, on the Spring Congress 2021 minutes.
Thank you. Are there any questions regarding this topic? Since we have no questions, we can proceed with the voting on all the previously suspended bullets. So we will vote on candidate for the account contact person. We will vote on JSC Porto gaining the LC status, and we will vote on Spring Congress minutes. We can proceed with the attendance check. Elsie Aachen, Elsie Ankara,
Ömer Sevimli Elsie Ankara here.
Elsie Ankara,
Ömer Sevimli Elsie Ankara here.
Elsie Athens, Marita Elsie Athens here. Elsie Aveiro,
Ana Elsie Aveiro here.
Elsie Banyaluka, Elsie Banyaluka, Elsie Belgrade,
Daria Elsie Belgrade here.
Elsie Bucharest,
Andrea Elsie Bucharest present.
Elsie Budapest, Elsie Budapest, Elsie Cosenza, Elsie Cosenza, Elsie Craiova,
Catalina Elsie Craiova here.
Elsie Duisburg. Elsie Duisburg. Elsie Eskişehir.
Eren Elsie Eskişehir.
Elsie Istanbul.
Barfu as Istanbul here.
Elsie İzmir.
Merve Elsie İzmir present.
Elsie Karlsruhe.
Eric Elsie Karlsruhe, we are present.
Elsie Krakow.
Marcin Elsie Krakow here.
Elsie Lille.
Louis Elsie Lille here.
Elsie Ljubljana.
Nate's Elsie Ljubljana here.
Elsie Madrid.
Alejandro Elsie Madrid here.
Elsie Milan.
Stefano Elsie Milan here.
Elsie Munich.
Kutay Elsie Munich here.
Elsie Niš. Elsie Niš. Elsie Novi Sad.
Dusan Elsie Novi Sad here.
Elsie Patras.
Lambros Elsie Patras present.
Elsie Podgorica.
Elsie Podgorica Philip here.
Elsie St. Petersburg.
Alex Elsie St. Petersburg here.
Elsie Sarajevo.
Harun from Elsie Sarajevo present.
Elsie Skopje.
Ognan Elsie Skopje here.
Elsie Tampere.
Alexi Elsie Tampere present.
Elsie Thessaloniki.
Michael Elsie Thessaloniki here.
Elsie Tirana. Elsie Tirana. Elsie Tuzla.
Damir Elsie Tuzla here.
Elsie Xanthi.
Tasos Elsie Xanthi here.
Elsie Zagreb.
Ivan Elsie Zagreb here.
Elsie Zurich.
Jacob Elsie Zurich, present.
So with 29 members present, we proceed with the voting. Scrutinizers, is the vote ready? So everyone, you can start voting. Please remember that you have 3 proposals to vote upon. I will repeat them for clarity. The first proposal is accepting JLC Porto's application for DLC status. The second proposal concerns the elections and the approval of the presentation of the account contact person, so Ismail. The third proposal concerns the spring minutes, the spring Congress minutes that were shared with you over CPDs, and that again we already that were already presented to you. Also, remember to vote on all 3 proposals. Sorry, there has been a technical issue with the votings. We will have to suspend the current voting and vote again. Sorry for the inconvenience. You will be able to see the new polls appearing again. We can have a 2-minute technical break while we finish preparing the votes, okay? Please don't leave the room, otherwise we have to perform an attendance check again. Thanks. Perfect, the votes should now be available to all of you. You have the usual 2 minutes to vote. Again, any technical issues, you know where to find us. You just have to type T in the communication channel chat. Also remember that there are 3 proposals we are voting on, so you should vote on all 3 of them. Thank you. Okay, I want to repeat this again because there are some votes that have like a couple more votes than others. You have to vote on all 3 proposals separately. We have 4 votes missing for each of the proposals. Please, if you have already voted, check that it's the correct vote because we have closed the polls before, just to remind you, and the proposals have the same name, but you need to vote again, okay? You probably had voted already. You can vote again. Just to check, because maybe you think you voted already and this is not valid anymore. Okay. We now have 100% for all of the votes. Can we start from voting on ACP candidate Ismail? You're sharing the screen. Can you move to the icon? I see. Scrutinizers, can you close the vote? Okay. So with 29 voting members present, we have 29 votes in favor, 0 votes against, and 0 abstained. The proposal, the application of JLC Porto for the LC status is approved. Congratulations. So scrutinizers, in the meanwhile, can you give LC Porto their voting right back? Thank you. And now we proceed to the second proposal. So voting on ACP candidates. So with 29 voting members, we have 29 votes in favor, 0 votes against, and 0 abstained. The proposal is passed. Finally, we can move on to the last proposal with the Spring Congress minutes. So first, for the proposal of the Spring Congress minutes with 29 members present, we have 29 votes in favor, 0 votes against, and 0 abstained. Therefore, the Spring Congress minutes are accepted. So I'm officially closing all the previously suspended bullets. And we can proceed on to the next bullet, board report. Reply from the board.
Advance from the board. We would like to to present you the board report. Just a second so we can put it on screen. It is identical to the board report that you have seen a few days ago. Thank you. That's not it. Besides one part in the IA department. Agnes?
Angelos from the board. Okay, so the only difference in the board report in EESTEC Delft is in the VCIA department in the branch overview. So let me go there. So for the statistics of branches in EESTEC located in Delft, we have 46 branches that are 38 LCs, 2 JLCs, and 6 observers. And so we have branches in 24 countries. Thank you.
If there are no questions concerning the board report, we can officially close the bullet of board report. And we proceed on to the following bullet, financial report from the board. Technical from the board.
Others on the board would need a 2-minute technical to sort this out and try to contact the treasurer.
We can grant a 2-minute break. Please don't leave the room. Thank you. Yeah, reply from the board.
Others from the board, I would like to show you the board's financial report. Is it visible? Yes. This is the exact same financial report presented to the GA a few days ago, because back then it was also referred to everything happening to EESTEC Delft. Oh. Nothing has changed from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions concerning the financial report? Okay, since I see no questions concerning the financial report from the board, we can close the bullet financial report from the board. Question from board ex officio? Nate, board ex officio, can you hear us?
Nate's board ex officio, sorry for arriving late, a bit late. I am just wondering, where did the income of 300 euros arrive?
Board ex officio, could you repeat your question, please?
Nate from the board, can you hear me now? Ex officio, sorry. I guess so. My question on behalf of the board ex officio was, where did 300 euros of income arrived?
Could you please clarify where, so that we can, the board can give you an appropriate response? Thank you.
Nate's board ex officio, yes, in the category of income, general sponsoring.
Technical from the board?
Atanas from the board, could you please specify what you mean by where? Because I can tell you a bank account, I can tell you a spreadsheet, I can give you a link, but you please need to specify what you mean by where it arrived.
Nate's board ex officio, in the financial report. I just entered the call in last minute, so I just seen the last slide. So that's my question. So my question relates in the financial report. Yeah.
Can you please repeat again the question, since it wasn't specific enough for the word? Thank you.
Okay, Nate's board ex officio. I am struggling to find the proper words, but to give the exact information about the income of 300 euros, what was it from? If it's not clear, I would just skip my question.
Reply from the board.
Atanas from the board. If the invoice is correct, which is in the folders, this should be the 300 euro from the Infineon Summer School promotion this year, which came into the bank account, if I am correct, mid-September. Is this detailed enough as reply? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take this moment to remind everyone that facilitation and all types of contributions to the discussions are happening through the communication channel. So please, people on Zoom and people that are here present live, join the communication channel if you haven't already. Otherwise, I will not be able to see your questions or your replies. Thank you. Therefore, we can proceed with the supervisory board report. reply from supervisory board.
Simon from the supervisory board. For the supervisory board report, please refer to the presentation that has been done on Tuesday. Thank you.
Thank you, supervisory board. Are there any questions regarding the presentation? Okay, I see no questions for the supervisory board. Therefore, we can proceed to close the bullet of the supervisory board report. And we proceed. Since today we have received an application for the position of chairperson, we can proceed with the voting on the application we have received. So scrutinizers, can you prepare the vote, please? Technical scrutinizers?
Scrutinizer technical, I have a problem with the voting platform, so I will need 1 minute, please.
Sure, 1 minute technical break. Technical from scrutinizers?
Scrutinizer passage, yeah, we need a break for 5 to 10 minutes to solve this technical problem.
Okay. We have here. Budgeting is not ready. Can I do the other one? So in the meanwhile, we can proceed with the board ex officio report. Reply board ex officio.
Alex from the board ex officio, please refer to the presentation that was held on Tuesday. Thank you very much.
Thank you, board ex officio. Do we have any questions for the board ex officio? Okay. If not, we can officially close the bullet board ex officio report and open the financial report from board ex officio. Reply from board ex officio.
Alex from the board ex officio. I will present our financial report as it is compiled at the moment. I will present since I'm in the room and it might be a bit easier to follow. Nates, however, as you've seen, is in the call and can also help with answering questions. Before we go into the numbers, we want to apologize that the financial report that had been sent before the deadlines had inconsistencies. There was a correction after the deadline, which unfortunately still had inconsistencies, which came from two sources. First of all, there have been pieces of income that have not been properly booked and that had to be booked later on. This is a minor detail that was easily fixed. The bigger chunk of confusion and complexity in our accounting is the software grant. This is something unprecedented for EESTEC accounting-wise and is very hard to translate into booking entries the way we did them for years due to the time constraints that are present in the software grant and also the restraints on the purpose of the money. We did our best to fix the issues as quickly as possible, mainly during this Congress. However, we would like to also get some outside expert information on the way the final accounting for our year works. Therefore, later we would ask you to not vote in favor of the acceptance of the reports, and we will present the financial reports of our mandate again at Spring Congress. However, we still want to give you an overview over the finances of our association as we have left them, as they actually look quite good. It's just hard to display them 100% correctly. Let's go. We acquired income from donations, mainly a donation from Elsie Krakow that has been passed forward to support live events. We had multiple sources of income that can be summed up under general sponsoring, most notably, of course, our various collaborations with Infineon. There was project income generated through EESTEC Challenge and a tiny item of uncategorized income through a bank arrow. On the expenses side, we can basically summarize these items under overhead, or administrative as it's called here, bit below 600 euros. We have a very big account of travel expenses, which are mostly covered through the software project. Here starts the complicated accounting. We have to work with write-offs to indicate the expenses covered by software, but they also occur on other places, e.g. travel expenses. So that is what is happening here. There are also other expenses, and the already mentioned live event support, which balances all out to bit over 6,000 euros that can be added to our reserves. Let's have a look at our assets. We have a bit over 20,000 in accounts receivable, which lie at post-finance. There's also some petty cash, and yeah, these are our assets at the moment. Yeah. Then we have here liabilities, an account payable of a bit over 34,000 euros. Our assets are split up into spendable money of a bit over 1K, the Congress backup fund of 11,600, the event backup fund of 2,000, and the infrastructure fund of a bit under 3,000 euros, which adds up to a total reserve of 16,000. Together with the retained earnings from the balance that you saw earlier, we arrive at net assets of 24,000. Yeah, and this in the end, total liabilities and net assets sum up to 58,979 euros and 80 cents. Yeah, again, the allocation for retained earnings sums up to a bit over 6,000. And yeah, this is, yeah, it's a bit repeating in this report that the net assets are split up into spendable money, Congress backup, event backup, and infrastructure, with an account payable of 34,000 K, a bit more than that. Yeah, that is the financial report as it arrives out of our books at the moment. If you have questions towards that, we are happy to answer them. However, we would propose you to not accept this financial report as final yet, so that the software accounting can be worked over once more, and also external feedback can be requested. Yeah, so that would be the financial report. We would also do a quick look into how this relates to our budget. So you already, let's go maybe in a presenting mode. Does it present? Cool. Yeah, so first of all, we have to state that the budget was not really adjusted to how software accounting has worked so far, and yeah, is working generally. I will get to that on a dedicated software slide. But yeah, we can already see that the travel costs are overshot, because part of it is covered through the software grant. Same goes for board elect travel costs. So that, yeah, the sum up of the travel expenses is quite a bit higher than budgeted, covered by software. Yeah, publication costs were fairly limited. There was only online promotion, which was not as expensive as budgeted. Event support is met basically through the donation by ELSE Krakow. Yeah, and here we have a dedicated software slide. The yellow bar that you see here is what was budgeted in our year as income from software, which basically was a mistake to budget this. This has already been budgeted in the previous mandate. So in our accounting, there's no income budgeted from software. On the expenses side, since we book software expenses as write-offs, they are booked negatively. So they should have also been reflected in our budget negatively. This was not the case. But however, as you can see, we were already able to allocate some of the software funds dedicated to intellectual output. This specifically was the support for T4T. Project management and implementation mainly supported necessary travels to organize our work at on the project. And transnational project meetings were exactly that, but for the transnational project meetings with the partners. Yeah, as I said, in the budget, these items should have been accounted negatively as we work with write-offs here. That was not the case when the budget was presented and voted upon. This slide now is fairly boring and normal. We have overheads that we need to pay to run our association. We had enough safety for most of them and undershot most of the accounts or matched them pretty exactly. I don't think it's necessary to go into the exact numbers here. You can see them on the slide. Yeah, the remaining expenses, the running joke in EESTEC accounting as a talent loan, it's again been written off with €1,000. The board in office will have the pleasure to finally close this loan with the last write-off in their mandate. There were luckily no direct expenses on the change of seat, so we were not forced to tap into this budget item. However, we incurred multiple unpredictable costs, some of which have also been covered by the software grants. Others have been connected with some legal advice that had to be brought in and was covered out of this budget item. There has not been a transfer to EESTEC Zurich yet, as this association does not have a bank account at the moment. Yeah, let's go quickly on the income side. This basically matches what you've already seen in the financial report, but also seeing which was budgeted. We were very happy to basically meet our target on general sponsoring. The project income exceeded our expectations. Here, an incredible shout out, most of all, to the EESTEC challenge, I believe. And yeah, we are also very happy that even though we were in a pandemic, NLC was able to support the association with the donation. Yeah. Now this leads to some allocation of funds to our reserves, as presented on this slide. Again, no need to go too much into the individual numbers. The main point probably is that 6 additional €1,000 have found their way into our reserves. And yeah, this is the end of this presentation. How the heck do I get out of here? This way. Okay. This was the financial report as we are able to provide it for now. And now we are open for your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have a reply from the board.
Reply from the board. To emphasize that we as a board, also notified by Bartek, our treasurer, do support the rejection of this report in EESTEC Delft, as stated by the board ex officio. Simple reasons. Let's have the books please fixed until Spring Congress. Let's leave some time to have it properly so we can dissolve the association in a proper matter without any issues on the legal side. Thank you.
Question from the board.
Atanas from the board. One question regarding the funds allocated to live event support. You are stated that this is covered by the donation of LC Krakow. Did the payment happen during your mandate? Is this really an expense that happened during the budget or yes?
Reply Supervisory Board.
What? Oh, Alex from the board ex officio. First of all, some insight into how EESTEC accounting works at the moment in the books. Income and expenses are dated with the time that the payment got legally binding and not when the actual transaction happened. That is why it is accounted for sure in our mandate. I'm not entirely sure about the exact transaction. Maybe Nate can fill us up here.
Nate's board ex officio. Yeah, as Alex mentioned, the transaction from our bank account to another entity was not made during our mandate. As Alex mentioned, due to the amount, the donation that was obtained by the specific reason, we had to make a reporting in a way that will balance up, meaning we expected an expense to happen in the future. Therefore, we reported it as our expense already. The same goes for the software grant, for example. Thank you.
Thank you, board ex officio. Do we have other questions? If we have no more questions on the topic, new topic from Supervisory Board.
Alex from the board ex officio. Once again, to remind you, as we will not vote directly after this report, but in the voting block later, keep in mind that we suggest not to accept these reports at this time. Instead, we would propose to have another report at the Spring Congress, which very likely will not deviate a lot from what was presented today. And yeah, your information about the financial state of the association will not change, but it gives us the possibility to make sure our books clearly reflect the financial procedures in the closed mandate. Thank you.
Question LC Belgrade.
Daria, can you hear me? Okay, Daria, LC Belgrade. Do you consider a question for board ex officio? Do we consider a report that you just presented correct? And are you aware of some mistakes in it, like right now? Thank you.
Reply board ex officio.
Nate's board ex officio, yeah, at the moment we consider it correct. However, we haven't made all the consultants with the entities that knows more than us. Therefore, we would encourage you to give us more time.
Do we have other questions? Since I see no other question, I'd close the bullet. Financial report from board ex officio. I'm officially closing this bullet. Okay. So scrutinizers, it's the vote for the chairperson application. Perfect. Then we can resume the vote that was previously suspended regarding the application for the chairperson position that we received from Adana Stalchev from LC Munich. Scrutinizers, please make the vote public. Thank you. Oh, since there were some technical issues with the current meeting that we were using, we need to ask everyone to go back to the homepage of Vote IT, and instead of selecting EESTEC Autumn Congress 2021, to select EESTEC Autumn Congress 2021 backup. Thank you. And for those that have done it, the vote should already be available. Scrutinizers, we have 29 members present, but we have 30 voting members on the platform. Technical from the board.
Constantinos from the board. My technical was to stop the presentation from the board exhibition, what you just did. And also, I think the third is Elsie Porto, but I'm not sure. There are indeed 30 here in the. We should include also Elsie Porto for the votings.
Yes, this was mentioned previously to the.
So that's why.
Oh, so we should perform attendance check again.
Yes.
Okay. Then we need to close the current poll, perform attendance check again, and after that we can proceed with the voting. Elsie Aachen.
Elsie Aachen here.
Elsie Ankara.
Mar from Elsie Ankara here.
Elsie Athens.
Marita Elsie Athens here.
Elsie Aveiro.
And Elsie Aveiro here.
Elsie Bagnaluca. Elsie Bagnaluca. Elsie Belgrade.
Daria Elsie Belgrade here.
Elsie Bucharest.
Andrea Elsie Bucharest here.
Elsie Budapest. Elsie Budapest. Elsie Cosenza. Elsie Cosenza. Elsie Craiova.
Catalina Elsie Craiova here.
Elsie Duisburg. Elsie Eskişehir here.
Eren Elsie Eskişehir present.
Elsie Istanbul.
Merve Elsie Istanbul present.
Elsie İzmir.
Merve Elsie İzmir very present.
Elsie Karlsruhe.
Eric Elsie Karlsruhe, we are present.
Elsie Krakow.
Marcin Elsie Krakow here.
Elsie Lille.
Louis Elsie Lille here.
Elsie Ljubljana.
Nate Elsie Ljubljana here.
Elsie Madrid.
Alejandro Elsie Madrid here.
Stefano LC Milan here.
LC Munich,
LC Munich here.
LC Novi Sad,
Dusan LC Novi Sad here.
LC Patras,
Lambros LC Patras present.
LC Podgorica,
Filip LC Podgorica here.
Porto,
City Sera LC Porto present.
LC St. Petersburg,
Alex LC St. Petersburg present.
LC Sarajevo,
Harun LC Sarajevo present.
LC Skopje,
Ognen LC Skopje here.
LC Tampere,
Alexi LC Tampere present.
LC Thessaloniki,
Michael LC Thessaloniki here.
LC Tirano, LC Tirana, LC Tuzla,
Damir LC Tuzla here.
LC Xanthi,
Tasos LC Xanthi here.
LC Zagreb,
LC Zagreb here.
LC Zurich,
Jacob LC Zurich present.
we have 30 branches present, 30 members present. Therefore, we can proceed with the voting on elections of the candidate for chairperson Adana Stavchev. The poll is already available, therefore you have the usual 2 minutes to vote. Any technical issues, you can contact us in the chat. Technical LC St. Petersburg.
Hi, Alex from LC St. Petersburg. The vote doesn't appear on my screen. I only have an upcoming votes about chairperson elections candidates Adana Stavchev.
LC St. Petersburg, did you change meeting? You have to click on vote.
Oh yeah, my bad. Probably I didn't.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Technical LC Izmir.
Well, I can see the voting as well. It appears as upcoming.
"30 seconds to check.
Okay, thank you.
Can you please check that you are on the correct meeting? Okay, you are in the backup meeting. Okay. I see no issue. You have voting rights here. Can you please reload the page once again? Oh, okay, you have voted. Okay, great, thanks. Okay. We're still missing one member. Is anyone else having issues? I will repeat this again.
Omar from LC Ankara, I have still same issue. And I couldn't fix it. It's still on upcoming on me.
Yes, LC Ankara, you're registered and you have rights to vote. So you shouldn't have any issues. Can you please check that you are on the right meeting? We said that we are moving from EESTEC Autumn Congress 2021 to EESTEC Autumn Congress 2021 backup. So you click on the logo of the platform, so Vote IT, and you click on a different meeting than the usual. Also, please use the communication channel to communicate with us, otherwise it's impossible for us to facilitate the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Also, please let us know if you fix the issue. Thank you. I guess the issue is fixed since we now have 100% of the votes. Scrutinizers, can we close the poll, please? With 30 voting members, we have 30 votes in favor, 0 votes against, and 0 abstained. Therefore, the application of Atanas Talchev as chairperson is approved. Therefore, I'm officially closing the bullets of applications for the chairperson position. And we move on to the relief of board ex officio election voting. Sorry, scrutinizers, do we have the vote ready? Short technical break for the scrutinizers. Technical as Belgrade.
Daria Elsie Belgrade, can you show us new agenda on screen? Or send it in the chat, doesn't matter, thank you.
Do you have the agenda available or should I do it? Thank you. Scrutinizers, is the vote ready? So the vote is ready. It should be available for everyone. You have the usual 2 minutes to vote. Thank you. 7 more branches have to vote. Three more branches missing. I will repeat this again. There's 3 votes missing. If you cannot see the vote in your ongoing section on the platform, please make sure that you are in the correct meeting. This means that you have to click on Vote ET, so the logo of the platform, and amongst the possible meetings, you have to select EESTEC Autumn Congress 2021 backup. Okay. Since it's been 2 minutes and we still have 2 branches missing, we will wait for an additional 30 seconds and then close the poll. Scrutinizers, close the vote. Can you please show the results on screen? With 18 votes in favor, 9 votes against and 1 abstained, the proposal to relieve board ex officio is approved. Were there any issues with understanding the topic of the voting? There's any issue, you can please raise it now. Otherwise, we take the new topic from the supervisory board.
Simon from the supervisory board. I would like to remind the whole GA that we had just the financial report of the board ex officio where they explicitly stated that they would like to continue working on it because it is not in a state that they want to be relieved with. And yet 18 of the branches have voted for approving it. I would like to remind you that the board ex officio, as well as the board, who also approved this phrasing from board ex officio, know probably the most about the finances in EESTEC. And thus, if both boards agree, and especially both treasurers agree, that this is not a state, that the financial report is not in a state in order to be relieved, that this is worth trusting. So I'm a bit concerned about this approved report. However, of course, if this is the final result of the GA, or if this is the opinion of the GA, then this is binding for our association. Thank you.
Question LCC Saloniki.
Michael from LC Thessaloniki. I would like to ask if this is a 50% vote or a 2/3 vote, because if it's a 2/3 voting ballot, I believe that we do not have more than 2/3 of the cast votes in favor. Thank you.
I'm okay. Sorry. Can you close this the window with the votes? We can show you. No. Share the screen. Yes. So there you see that the vote is absolute majority. Therefore, we do have absolute majority. New topic from LC Zurich.
Jacob, LC Zurich. I just want to announce to the whole GA that just to make it clear, relieving the board ex officio would mean that we agree with everything they've done. They basically can walk away from the mandate. And I think that was not clear. So if we relieve the board ex officio, then basically there will not be a further work on the financial report we just saw. So because I feel like there was some, it wasn't, the voting was not completely clear, I'd ask for a repetition of the vote.
Reply LC Tampere.
Alexi, LC Tampere, we support to do a revote.
Reply LC Belgrade.
Daria, LC Belgrade, we also support that.
Therefore, scrutinizers, can we work on repeating this vote? Thank you. Everyone, the vote should now be available to everyone. You have again 2 minutes to vote on this. And just remember what the desires of that the supervisory board and the board of the association have expressed. Thank you. Quick reminder, there's 2 members that haven't voted yet. We are voting again on this proposal because it was proposed and supported by other members. We repeat the voting. Therefore, please enter the platform and vote again. Thank you. 2 minutes have passed. Scrutinizers close the poll. Okay, with 4 votes in favor, 22 votes against, and 3 abstained, the proposal of relieving board ex officio is not passed. Thank you. Therefore, I'm officially closing the bullet relief of board ex officio. We proceed with the bullet supervisory board ex officio report. New topic from board.
Atas from the board. It is identical to the supervisory board ex officio report from, well, a few days before. Sorry.
Thank you. Are there any questions regarding supervisory board ex officio report? Since I see no question, and since this was already presented in our partner association EESTEC Zurich, I'd say that we can officially close the bullet of supervisory board ex officio report. And I'm now opening the bullet of budget changes proposal. New topic from the board.
Advance from the board, as in the GM the previous days, there will be a needed proposal for an RP suspension and rephrasing to be able to still have the budget change proposal from that GM in effect, with now focus on EESTEC Delft. Can we show the needed proposal as a slide, please? This proposal should come from a member in the GA.
New topic as Tampere.
Aleksi, LC Tampere, Visus. What was the word? We propose an ROP suspension as visible on the screen concerning section 6 money handling.
Thank you, LC Tampere. We can now proceed with the voting on the budget changes then. Scrutinizers? New topic from the board?
Konstantinos Kotorenis from the board. We would also like a member of the association to propose these ROP suspensions as well for election of ACOC and backup ACOC before we proceed to the voting.
New topic LC Krakow?
The green, red, I don't.
Okay, Marcin, LC Krakow, we would like to propose the suspension of the ROP sections shown on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you, LC Krakow. Then we can proceed with the voting on both proposals. Scrutinizers, are the vote ready? Thank you, scrutinizers. The vote should now be available. Thank you. You have the usual 2 minutes to vote. Thanks. We have 2 members missing, please. If you haven't voted yet, do so. You only have a few seconds left. Thank you. So 2 minutes have passed and we have 29 votes registered. Scrutinizers, please close the poll. Before closing the poll, I'd like to show everyone that we have two proposals in this voting, since there were two proposals coming from members. There are some people missing. There have been some people missing from one of the votings. So please check that you have voted for both proposals. Thank you. So the first proposal has 100% of the votes. The second proposal is still missing two people. Again, there are two proposals in the same poll. So you should have voted twice in this occasion. Okay, since enough time has passed, scrutinizer, can we please close the poll? So with the first proposal to suspend, the first proposal of suspension of the RP, which you can see on screen, with 30 voting members, we have 30 votes in favor, 0 votes against, and 0 abstained. The proposal is passed. And for the second proposal, with 27 votes in favor, 0 votes against, and 1 vote abstained, the proposal is also passed. Therefore, I am officially closing the bullet of voting on budget changes. Yes, I meant voting on the budget changes proposal, sorry. Now we can proceed on to voting on the actual budget changes. Sorry. New topic from the board?
Items from the board. With Bartek's absence right now, I will present the budget changes. They are exactly mirrored to the ones in the GM of EESTEC Zurich, because as we don't have the bank account opened yet, everything is basically everything that was planned to be made from the account of EESTEC Zurich is still basically has to be still re-budgeted to EESTEC Delft. To show it, basically, things you can see is travel costs, everything that was budgeted for, like proposed for EESTEC Delft to not be in the EESTEC Delft expenses and income anymore, is basically moved again to EESTEC Delft because it will be incoming to that bank account and to our association. Major changes are basically the travel, support the project teams, live event supports, and administrative fees. So yeah, and in the end, the transfer to EESTEC Zurich will be more because every income that is budgeted is also going to get transferred to EESTEC Zurich afterwards. As or every expense that is budgeted will be like, well, yeah. Sorry, English rephrasing. All the incomes that are budgeted will be in the end an expense because everything will be transferred to the bank account of EESTEC Zurich. Same goes for incomes. Basically, everything is moved in a way that we can continue working with a clean budget in EESTEC Delft because we still don't have the bank account in EESTEC Zurich opened. That was it.
Thank you. Are there any questions concerning this topic? Since there are no questions concerning the topic, we can proceed with the voting. Scrutinizers, is the vote ready? The vote is already available to all of you. Please proceed with the vote. Quick reminder, 4 members missing from the voting. No, it was actually 2 members. I'd remind you to vote since there is just a few seconds left to vote. After that, we close the poll. So 2 minutes have passed. Scrutinizers, please close the poll. So with 30 voting branches, we have 29 votes in favor, 0 votes against, and 0 abstained. Therefore, the proposal is passed. Therefore, we are also officially closing the bullet of budget changes proposal. We can have a 20-minute break, so a short break for lunch, and then we come back for the last points in our agenda. ACOC will tell you more about this. I am. Oh, okay, sure. Yes, just to remind you, the last points on the agenda we have are the funding of travel expenses, SCOC report, ACOC report. Thank you. Nicola Lisi Thessaloniki.
Michael Femelis, Thessaloniki. I would like to propose that we have more than 20 minutes because we believe that this time is not adequate for lunch. Thank you.
Okay, so before taking the new topic from the board, no. Okay, we were supposed to finish discussing everything before lunch. Since we had some delays, we thought that we would introduce lunch before the last topics. Considering that most people will have to leave, considering ACOC and all the other organizers will have to leave later tonight for the IMW. We believe that a 20-minute break is enough, and we also only have sandwiches, so it's going to be a very quick lunch break. I hope this is fine for all of you, and we are just trying to make sure that we don't overstress ACOC and they don't have to potentially miss their train or any other organizational issue or yes point that they have. Thanks. Welcome back, everyone. So we had a minor issue since we voted on the relief of the board ex officio without having a report from supervisory board ex officio. For this reason, the vote will not be considered right now. We will follow a short presentation from supervisory board ex officio, and then we will vote again on that. So please be ready for a quick attendance check and a quick voting. I will only give you 1 minute this time so that we can be faster and more efficient. And also, scrutinizers, please start getting the vote ready. Thank you. So I'm reopening the bullet of Supervisory Board ex officio report. New topic from Supervisory Board ex officio.
Hello, everyone. Shall we present now?
Yes.
Okay, so then I'm sharing my screen. Just a second. I hope now everyone can see the presentation, and would appreciate if someone can approve it verbally.
Yes, we can see it.
Awesome. So hello again for the report of SB ex officio for the EESTEC and Delft. So we are the same team again, so I will just skip this slide. And what is the content of the report of today? Simply obligations, timeline, board work remarks, and legal actions. We are obligated to check the financial transactions of the board and give advice if necessary, and has to prepare a report on the activities of the board and present this. That's why your previous voting was a bit extraordinary. And on the other hand, we are obligated to send all information concerning their work and activities. The board is obligated to do that to us. So what is our timeline? We got elected in the Spring Congress before, and then we had our first report in the Autumn Congress last year. Then the second SP report, and here is our final report. Board work remarks, what did we observe? What went well? Both team building was good. They improved the performance with the external communication, and they were better with deadlines. They established a new association, congrats for that. And they were highly approachable, and they had considerably good communication with the leaders. The transparency of the work towards the association was quite high. They prepared the handover to the next board, and they were handling software project. What could have been better? They could have been better with task management, and that the lack of departmental goal impacted the association. They could have done better with the supporting and activation of branches with activities during the pandemic. They could work on internal communication and the timeline of the handover for the new board. And they could have been doing maybe better for preparations of dissolving EESTEC located in Delft. Legal actions and finances. So legal actions, they made the registration in the Chamber of Comments. They they made changes in ROP and updated policy papers written here. Legal deadlines were mostly respected, except the one, the Congress minutes that are missing, but you already were informed about it also in the report of the board. And the change of the seat of EESTEC, it's nice that we funded the association, but still there was, at least like by the previous board, no concrete timeline for dissolving it. What about the finances? Accounting and bookkeeping, it wasn't very consistent, and the mistakes were corrected afterwards. In regard to the report or financial report and adjusting the budget, it could be better and if it was more understandable for everyone. They didn't achieve the access to the bank account. That's why mostly the transactions were executed by the previous treasurer and the ACP. Financial reports sent to the SPX office on time, and the mistakes in the report were corrected. Thank you very much for listening, and yeah, we are open for questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions regarding the report of the Supervisory Board ex officio? In the meanwhile, I will perform attendance check. If there are no questions at the end of the attendance check, I will then proceed with opening the poll for the vote. So let's proceed with attendance check. Elsie Aachen. Elsie Ankara.
I'm from Elsie Ankara here.
Elsie Athens. Elsie Aveiro. Elsie Bagnaluca. Elsie Bagnaluca. Elsie Belgrade. Elsie Bucharest. Elsie Budapest.
Elsie Budapest is here.
Elsie Cosenza. Elsie Cosenza. Elsie Craiova. Elsie Duisburg. Elsie Duisburg. Elsie Eskişehir. Elsie Istanbul.
Arfuas Istanbul present.
Elsie İzmir. Elsie Karlsruhe. Elsie Krakow. Elsie Lille.
Louis Elsie Lille here.
Elsie Ljubljana. Elsie Madrid. Elsie Milan. Elsie Munich. Elsie Niš. Elsie Novi Sad. Elsie Patras. Elsie Podgorica. Elsie Porto. Elsie Porto. Elsie St. Petersburg.
Elsie St. Petersburg, Alex here, present.
Elsie Sarajevo.
Harun Elsie Sarajevo present.
Elsie Skopje. Elsie Skopje. Elsie Tampere. Elsie Thessaloniki. Elsie Tirana. Elsie Tirana. Elsie Tuzla. Elsie Xanthi. Elsie Zagreb. Elsie Zurich. Thank you. With 30 members present, can we make sure that everyone has the right voting rights? We have a technical from scrutinizers.
Scrutinizer, 1 minute break, please.
Okay, technical as Ljubljana. Can we get them a microphone, please?
Nate, Elsie Ljubljana, sorry, my computer crashed and I'm just gonna need a minute to fill out everything again because it forgot all the passwords. Thank you.
Okay. We have a new topic from the board in a meanwhile. Sorry, from board ex officio.
Alex from the board ex officio. We thank the supervisory board ex officio for their outside insights into our mandate. We would still like to remind each participant of the GA of the remarks that both the board as well as the board ex officio have made on the financial reports, and to take this into the consideration for the vote that is open right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Elsie Lubiana, how is it looking? Okay, perfect. Scrutinizers? Okay, then the vote should be available. You have 1 minute to vote. Please be quick about it so that we can close this point and we can move on and we can all leave on time, more or less. Thank you. Technical from the board?
Konstantinos from the board. The vote says 31 instead of 30. We can vote. Basically, based on the previous voting, we have here Budapest and Nice, and we don't have Porto and Skopje.
Scrutinizers, just inform us when you're done. Thank you. We'll have to re-vote again. Technical Elsie Porto.
Sofia Teixeira, LC Porto. I had some connection issues, so I couldn't join earlier. I don't know if attendance check already passed, but I'm ready to vote if possible.
Sorry, Elsie Porto, we're past attendance check, so you will not be able to vote. while we fix these technical issues, I'd like to suspend temporarily this vote to proceed with the Congress Organizing Committee reports, so that we can be more efficient with the time that we have. So I'm opening the bullet of Spring Congress Organizing Committee report. Reply COC. No.
Daria from on behalf of SEOC. You saw a presentation Jelena represented like a few days ago, and we would just like to remind you to join our international PR and FR campaign in our Open Day project. See you at Spring Congress. Thank you.
Thank you, SEOC. Are there any questions for SEOC? I see no question from SCOC, therefore I'm closing the bullet of SCOC report. I'm now opening the bullet of ACOC report. Reply ACOC.
Hello, Philip from the ACOC. If I got it right, this is just formality. So yes, we did things. Thank you.
Thank you, ACOC. Then are there any questions for ACOC? If there are no questions for ACOC, I'm officially closing the bullet ACOC report. Scrutinizers? So we should have overcome the technical issues concerning the vote on the relief of board ex officio. Therefore, I'd like to reopen the bullet of relief of board ex officio and to proceed with the vote, since there were no questions on the topic in the chat in the meanwhile. Again, you will have 1 minute to vote on this. I ask you to be quick and to please help us finish this Congress on time. Thank you. So a poll is open, please vote. Thank you. There's 5 people missing. Scrutinizers, can we close the vote, please? Okay. So with 30 members present, we have 1 vote in favor, 25 votes against, and 3 votes abstained. The proposal to relieve board ex officio is not approved. Therefore, I am officially closing the bullet of relief of board ex officio. And moving on to the last topic of this GM, the refunding of travel expenses. New topic front board.
Atanas from the board. On behalf of our treasurer, I would like to show the travel expenses so far and explain how they're budgeted so they can be approved as refundables to the board. So to give a quick overview, we did a small list. Can you all read it? Please thumbs up for yes, I guess. All right. We had so far traveling to Subang, to Autumn Congress, 1 travel to a transnational meeting of software, and 1 attendance at the roundtable of the United International Associations next week. So basically, first of all, for Subang, the total is €888.77. You can see here how it's divided. Basically, for most people was 1 flight plus maybe an extra bus or extra ticket to the airport, which was a bit further away. So that's it. The invoices are all in our folder. If you request to see them, you can. They will be openly accessible. Same for the travels to AC. I think the only non-invoiced one for the AC is the travel from Zurich by Bartek, but that is because he bought his ticket today or yesterday. And yeah, those 2 will be from our travel expenses that are budgeted. The software transnational meeting expenses will be covered by our budget for this in the software grant. There's still the money left easily for this, so it won't be from our general budget. And there are 2 not invoiced. That is because I didn't manage to print them yet. I found the invoice for the hotel. It is in my room in Munich. I can tonight send the invoice as a photo. And the other 2 are the 2 transfers via taxi from the airport Vilnius to Kaunas, where the transition meeting happened. There was sadly no other option to go there. If you check how to get from Vilnius to Kaunas, and Vilnius was the only airport that was accessible to that time, that was the only option to take. As far as the UIA roundtable goes, basically the most expensive thing is the attendance and the bus. The hostel will be invoiced after I slept there and paid, because this will be next week, as they didn't want to give me an invoice earlier. And that's the only thing. Any questions?
Okay, I see no question on the group chat. In the meanwhile, can we start preparing the vote? Thank you. Question at Belgrade.
Daria, LC Belgrade. We would like to ask Javier to lower his expenses because when, for example, when he will be flying from Zurich to Madrid, he will no longer be in our board. Thank you.
Reply from the board.
Could I have a 1 minute technical break to formulate my answer?
Okay, reply from the board.
Not the board any longer. Javier from anywhere. I have to say that me attending Autumn Congress was an obligation for my position. So the way I had to be there, it means that I also have to go back. Also, it goes without saying that since I am stopping the chairperson, I will no longer go traveling the rest of the events. So honestly, I would like my travel back to be included as a reimbursement, basically because it wasn't an option for me. It was my obligation to be at Autumn Congress. I hope it answers your question.
Reply LC Zurich.
Jacob Else Zurich. We'd like to support the statement for Javier to get the money for the flights back because, in my opinion, we already have enough troubles finding chairperson, chair people, and stopping to pay people even the flights for mandatory things. I think would be a bad precedence for things to come.
Thank you, LC Zurich. Are there any other questions? Since I see no more questions in the chat, I am officially asking the scrutinizers to open the vote. Okay. So the polls should be ready. You have 1 minute to vote. Thank you. So 1 minute has passed. Scrutinizers, please close the poll. So with 30 members voting, we have 26 votes in favor, 1 vote against, and 2 abstained. The refunding of travel expenses is approved. So I'm officially closing the bullet of travel expenses, of refunding of travel expenses, and new topic from the board.
Others on the board? Dear GA, dear REST, dear OC, thank you. On behalf of the board, thank you a lot. You stayed here through one of the most chaotic ACs in our history, and even probably counting chairpersons meetings. And you're still here. Thank you for putting your trust in us with everything that happened, and we managed. We had our first live, nearly full live Autumn Congress again after all this time. And I really hope that things will improve in the future. And again, we'll do our best to really continue with proper vigor that you cannot really hear from my voice because we're all tired. That's it.
New topic ACOC. Oh, LC Zurich, sorry.
Jacob, LC Zurich, also a bit on the part of ACOC. Also, big thanks to the international board. Thanks a lot for the great work you're doing. I think it's clear for all of us that it was really chaotic this week. It was a lot of work for you, and respect for how you managed. Thanks for your great work. Also, from ACOC, thanks a lot for everybody who was here. It was a really nice week. It was really cool to have all of you here in Zurich, or at least online. I hope everything was good. You enjoyed it and had a great time during the week. Thanks.
New topic from ACOC.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'd basically like to go in the same direction of what Jacob was saying. Thanks to everyone who's here, and especially the people who were actually sitting here and working and not just trying not to fall asleep. So we would also like to express that in, let's say, the Swiss way, with some chocolate. And since it was not only the board working, but we also had some very nice people here in the front doing a lot of things, we also have a little something for all of you. There you go. Whew, thank God I counted correctly. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have chocolate for all of you, but I hope you got your share at some point during this week. Awesome. Yeah, it was an interesting week. I think not everything went as planned, but at least the roof of our GM place didn't collapse. So for autumn congresses, I guess it was all right, especially during a pandemic. Yes, we're spoiled. Yeah, the whole ACOC in Zurich is just super happy to be able to host this event and finally have a live Congress again. Yes, of course, after good parties, staying awake in GMs is hard. But you're here, well, also to work. Yeah, you represent a lot of people and you do important things. What you do impacts thousands of students. And I hope you will also see the impact that all the decisions you made this week have. So I hope that you'll enjoy, or that you enjoyed this experience so much that you go to more congresses and do even more important things. And what I like the most is if, you know, someone was so happy to be here, so amazed that you'd actually want to organize a Congress yourself. If you have any questions about organizing Congresses, please, you're welcome to ask us. Obviously, it's not an easy task. Yeah, perfect, on time. Yeah, Benji was until now up at the accommodation cleaning. It's a lot of work, especially after last night's party. But it's also rewarding. Yeah, just think about last night's party. Yeah, so just to catch you up, they got their chocolate. They seem happy. And yes, and I was bullshitting a bit. No, obviously, this was very serious and I was bullshitting now. If I'm informed correctly, no ACOC application yet. So please do consider, because personally, I prefer Autumn Congress about Spring Congress, because it's smaller and you actually get to know the people. Imagine this just 3 times the size. You'd hardly speak a word with everyone. And it's an amazing one to start with. And even for the ones who have been at other congresses, I guess it was nice. And now, Benji, would you like to add something?
So just to, did we say thanks to anybody yet, or did we not do that before?
Yes. Not OC yet.
Okay. So in an ideal world. Okay, yeah. And I guess we also did that last night at the party. So what else is there left to do? I guess to LC Zurich for supporting this endeavor of like thinking and executing a congress, of actually doing it and staying behind it from the beginning. We are certain that it will in the end strengthen our LC, as even though it has been a whole lot of work, it also has been great memories, great experiences that our members were able to do and make. And also we hope that you were able to make great experiences. And as our last wish, so to say, we want you to continue like the experiences you made, to continue creating such opportunities for new EESTECers to experience similar events, be it an autumn congress, be it a workshop, be an exchange, be an IMW. Just continue living the EESTEC spirit. On that note, thank you from the ACOC.
Something to add, sorry. Unfortunately, a lot of you are leaving us now or today and will not be joining the IMW. Either way, we hope to see all of you again in Zurich or somewhere around Europe. So now, thanks.
We have a new topic from the, thank you, ACOC, and we have a new topic from the board.
Atas from the board. This time, a very short new topic, because on behalf of the board, we wanted to also especially thank our GI staff and our GI chair, which were absolutely tireless and had nerves of steel dealing with us and the whole GA. And all without you, it wouldn't have been possible. And to also stress the importance of having GI staff, motivated and dedicated people for it. Thank you a lot, guys.
So just a few closing words from me as well. Okay, everyone basically covered almost all of the things, all of the thank yous that had to be said. I just have special thank you for firstly for the board for having trust in me. You guys, I think you were mad when you took the decision, but I'm really happy that you took this decision. This was a great opportunity for me, and the J staff, you guys were great. We had to go with less people for some jams, and you kept up, and you were super supporting. So thank you guys. And my most special thank yous actually go to the people over there on top. So Mihi and Thor, they kept up with me for about, I'd say, a month. They kept up with like super long messages from me and basically anticipated all of the needs that I would have. I think they are the best technical stuff one can ask for, and I'm super glad that we got to work together. So thanks everyone, and especially thanks to you guys. Since there is very little time left, I am officially closing today's GM, and I am officially closing Autumn Congress in Delft.
Before you, before you run off, for attending the lovely conference of software, you can get a certificate if you want with your name on it up front. Now, because I have to leave in like 20 minutes to get my bus. Thank you. Yes, perfect. Good point. Getting a hug.